All the things just reset now, didn't they? Whoopsie. What's up this stupid thing? I don't care. I don't feel like doing a survey, especially on stream. Oh! It's her birthday. That's right. Notices. That's gonna really annoy me. Expires in 6 hours. I'm
sure the Kamisato clan will be fine.
Yesterday, great. When you're... yep, everything. It's great that the...
Is there anything I can do to... I don't know anymore. Go to Wandering Stone. This... No. I want... These. Gate. Worked. What's the matter? Right, audio. Dendro process. Oh yay, middle of nowhere. Of course. Alright then. Rock.
Speed of light!
Oh, my controls aren't on. It. Oh yeah, auto switching. It definitely works, guys. Definitely works. Okay. Berries are missing. Huh. Wait, what's this? Oh, wait, strange. Oh. Okay, back to berry. Berry. Berry.
Don't blink!
And we go back then. Teleport. Oh, fuck you, Twitch. The bitrate is not unstable. It's you. Thank you, yada. Sabotage slime balloon. Dude. You know, I guess it's kind of fitting I actually decided to play today because pitching is my favorite.
Speed of light! Hey!
Oh. Let me climb.
Yeah. Incoming!
Lay waste to the wicked!
Forest flood! Speed of light! Hey!
Yeah. Ah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Don't blink! Cut to the chase!
Yeah. Yeah. Ha.
Yay! Boom boom. Oh boy, the slimes are back. Not the slimes. What is it that? Guess it is this one. I thought it was a faster way to get down there. Oh no, I don't remember. Oh no, it was this way. Doop 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 doop. Totally admiring the sky. Yep. Definitely not admiring, no, who am I kidding? Tights. Doop, doop, doop. Hey.
Incoming.
Wait. Oh, this one. Eat all 5. Teleport here then. Okay.
Think you can bully me? Speed of light. Go as one. With sword from shadow. Yeah. Don't blink. Hey.
Okay. And that is all my missions. Happy? And rewards. Doop-de-doop-doop.
Ad Astra Abbott. Thank you for complete.
Okay. I need to mine things real quickly. Here. Didn't mean to hurt your Okay, that's done. Right. I was going to look into... Nope. L. Dupe. feeling she is going to not. Never mind. Choice of flipping with somebody. Game did I? This one? I think it was this one that I used. Now do ba-doo, ba-doo.
Let's light it up!
Yeah.
Teamwork is dreamwork! Incoming!
Dawn, break forth!
Yeah.
Oz, reveal! Don't blink! Hey! Cut to the chase!
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Everybody stand back! With sword comes shadow.
Dawn, break forth!
By royal speed of light. Hey! Teamwork is dreamwork.
No rest for the wicked.
Shadow Raven, let night.
Jesus
Fräulein.
Nowhere to hide.
Two more. Oh, they had to have changed that. I know you used to be able to just teleport anywhere.
The sun is out. Our work's done for the day. Shall we take a stroll?
Nobody. I need. I'm not paying attention right now. Okay, those. Right. Solid. A little funny.
I want to help.
Right.
Come on. Where is it?
Dee-doo-boo-doo. I'm sorry, kid. I'm waiting on something to respawn. I hate to get involved with it. But that's
We may leave at any time.
will be. Okay, I do have breath.
Oh, ow! Where did that come from?
Oh, you don't seem. Oh, if you'll excuse me, I will get seen by this. God.
Speed of light! Hey! Don't blink!
Let's light it up!
With sword comes shadow.
Flames, purge!
Ow! Wings of darkness! Come, sever night from day!
Are we?
Cut to the chase!
I'm going in!
Speed of light!
Yeah.
Don't blink! Hey!
Come on.
Nowhere to hide.
Lay waste to the wicked!
Midnight Phantasmagoria!
Huh? Dream work! Cut to the chase! Don't blink! Hey!
Yes. YouTube. Yes, thank you. Shit, that's right. Let's see. So. Oh, I'm just gonna. There's somebody that could. Something. Oh well. And
A cat's legs can climb even the tallest tree in all of Teyvat.
yeah. Okay.
I'm all for work-life balance, but I think
Oh. I don't want. That's in here. That does not really matter. When you go to, I just kind of want to go over here.
in adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
You think this one here real that's what.
Speed of light!
Go as planned!
Don't blink! With sword comes shadow.
Right. There.
Incoming!
I'm a rock! Diana special! Scratch!
Don't blink!
Go as planned!
Ways to the wicked!
One there.
Speed of light! Hey! Cut to the chase!
Kratos, guide us.
Oh yeah, no. This isn't the second one. Yep.
Flames, purge!
On YouTube.
Incoming! With sword comes shadow. Speed of light!
Pew pew! Shake it and stir!
Don't blink!
Okay. Some like dang burger. Me.
Speed of light! Incoming! Hey! Scratch! Don't blink! Cut to the chase!
On a rock!
Hey!
Nice, but I prefer.
Sucker for a punch, huh? Lay waste to the wicked!
Shake it and stir! Scratch! Can't handle your drink!
I'm speed of light!
Go and fly!
It's a lot.
Nowhere to hide!
I believe that should be all of them. Don't want to. Said I don't want to cook and I can start.
Flames, purge!
Wind, hear me.
Think you can bully me? Pew pew.
Ha, don't blink. Cut to the chase.
Go as one. I'm a rock.
Speed of light. Hey! Happy to
New punch. Top need.
Pew pew. Scratch.
Speed of light. Hey!
Yeah. Flames, purge!
Incoming.
Shit, I need money. Okay, that's the money one. Oh. Well, I never really had an issue with money in this game. Until I actually started leveling up.
Speed of light. Incoming.
Yeah.
Don't blink. Hey!
Pew pew.
Incoming.
Okay, get money. Fuck game. Fuck off game. Swordfish Club.
Ah, you must be the new captain of Swordfish 2. Her Excellency briefed us in advance. Your reputation precedes you, and the appointment letter is all in order. But I still have my doubts.
Oh, hush.
About what?
I'll be straight with you. I want to know whether you have what it takes to lead us.
Do you have what it takes to follow
You
me?
mean, like, a duel?
Normally, a duel would be the quickest way to settle the question. But this time, we've got a better way.
Oh dear.
We're stationed here because of all the Ronin causing trouble in these parts. If you can get rid of them for us, we'll take that as a measure of your strength.
No
All right,
problem at all.
let's show 'em what you're made of.
It's my lucky day.
Yeah.
Very. There's more. Very.
Is that it?
Okay, seems like you can hold your own. The rumors are exaggerations, of course, but still, your abilities are admirable.
What are the rumors
Allow me to introduce
exactly?
myself. My name is Kotoku, acting captain of Swordfish 2. This is Yoshihisa, a fellow veteran of the team. I now formally cede the position of captain to you. Swordfish 2 awaits your orders.
There are 2 hard-hit areas. This was one of them, but thanks to you, this area is now secure. Their
This
only
was a
remaining
hard-hit
stronghold is
area.
located at the shallows on the east side of the island.
Ah,
That said, the ones over there are tougher, and there's more of them.
You got that right. Watatsumi Island is busy fighting the Shogun's army on the front line. We can't let these guys mess up things at the rear.
yep, time to pin up everybody's mess. Oh, there's an intro character. No, that's Cryo. Shit. This gives you 30,000. Take this real quick. Need all the money I can get. Yes, take all of my information. Yep. Okay. Doop doop doop. Eh. Eh. Oop. Oh my gosh, there's one. Yeah. Yeah, that's that. Yeah. Okay. Uh. What's that? Okay. Whatever. Traveler. Yep. Okay. Uh. Green. Red. Um. I am also going to. Okay. Oop.
There's so many of them!
That's not even all of them. They have 2 more camps nearby.
Oh boy.
Whichever camp we attack, it's the Ronin in the other 2 camps that'll cause us issues. They might decide to provide backup or abandon them and escape on their own. But Captain, that would put you in great danger. If we spread our troops too thin, we won't have enough men to guard you.
Yep,
God.
the Traveler eats amateurs like these for breakfast.
All right then. We'll deal with them all in one go and rendezvous with you on completion.
You guys really underestimate. Really underestimate.
Pew-pew! I'm a rock!
Finally, I
Incoming.
the fairy. Finally, I. Let me try my blade.
Speed of light! Power splash! Shake and stir! Think you can bully me?
Incoming.
Hey! Nowhere to hide. Pew-pew! Speed of light!
Down. Like this.
That should be the last of them. You didn't get hurt, did you?
I'm
Huh.
fine.
Paimon wonders how everything is going with Kotoku and Yoshihisa. Should we go over and check on them?
Captain!
Captain, the other 2 camps have been cleared. The entire rearguard of Watatsumi Island is now secure.
Great! We solved the Ronin problem and got everyone to look after us, too. But what's next? Let's go back and check with Kokumi.
Finally, we got it done. These Ronin have been bugging me for ages, but Kotoku wouldn't let us at them until now.
What? No way could you have taken them down without the new captain here. I was putting the safety of the team first. Got it?
Oh boy.
Oh, come on. You were just being a coward.
Hey, cut the attitude! These guys, honestly. Forget them. Let's go.
Yes, please. Oh dear.
How was it? Did your initiation go smoothly?
Not a hitch.
I'm sure you're playing it down a little. Kotoku and the others put you through your paces, I presume.
Was not that difficult.
But with your level of ability, I'm sure it was a walk in the park.
Yep.
Since
See,
you're
somebody
back,
here gets
I
me.
take it that the Ronin are now gone from Watatsumi Island?
You bet! We sure showed them who's boss!
Good. Now we just need to make sure Okubo keeps a close watch to prevent their resurgence. Thank you. I believe in rewarding merit, so you will be compensated for your hard work. Let me see. Too soon for another promotion, I think. I could increase your pay. I gave him an assignment. He's taking part in a surprise attack against the Shogun's navy. He expressed a desire to be on the front line, so I honored his wishes.
Oh dear.
Now, speaking of assignments, I have a special mission I'd like to give you.
A special mission?
Yes. In between Watatsumi Island and Tatarasuna, there are some ruins relating to a god who fell in the Archon War. There are several small islands there, often used as a transit point when transporting supplies. Recently, however, supplies stored there have started to go missing for no obvious reason. Stranger still, the Resistance army passed by and reported they found no signs of danger. I'd like to task you with getting to the bottom of this. It's not urgent, so there is no need to leave immediately. I suggest you take a few days to familiarize yourselves with the army, and also with Watatsumi Island.
Okay.
When Teppei returns, you can catch up with him. Then pick a day when the weather's good to set sail for the islands.
I can probably just...
Is Teppei really gonna be okay?
It's
He
not.
has a tendency to dive into action without thinking things through. Oh, Paimon can't help but feel a little worried about him. Oh, why don't we go wait for him at the training grounds?
Maybe we should just go to wherever he was.
Long time no see.
Okay, he's alive.
So, how's Swordfish 2 treating you? Getting along okay with everyone?
Well enough.
Well, you're in luck, because this seasoned veteran's got a few leadership tips for you.
Okay.
Raising their pay will boost morale, while giving them a few bounties will act as an incentive to go the extra mile. It's also important to maintain strict discipline at all times, and finally... wait. What was it? What was it?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, where'd you learn all that, Teppei?
I read it in a novel from the Yae Publishing House. It was a long time ago. You wouldn't believe how many doggo it took to convince my friend to let me borrow it.
You're seriously gonna use a novel to tell people how to run an army? Pretty sure that's called being an armchair general.
Ha ha! That's where you underestimate me. That's right. I'm learning military management on the job now. Just like you.
Oh dear.
You'd better believe it. Thanks to my outstanding achievements in the recent naval battle, I have officially been made the captain of my very own Special Operations Unit. It's a brand new unit, Herring 1. What do you think? Pretty awesome, right? I spoke to Her Excellency, and she says our uniforms are in production.
Oh, that's cute.
Let's go
Guys
collect
get
them together once they're
uniforms.
ready. Oh, I can't wait to put them on. We're really gonna look the part.
Uh-huh. I prefer...
Everything's going great. Our mystery sponsor supplies have really helped turn things around.
Will Paimon get a uniform too?
Of course. You're a recognized member of the Watatsumi Island Resistance.
Captain, a new assignment has come in.
Oh boy.
Thank you, soldier. I'll be there on the double. All right, I better go. See you again soon. You'd better watch out, partner. At the rate I'm going, I'll overtake you if you're not careful.
And I can still kick your
dreams,
ass any
mister.
day of the week.
I wouldn't be so confident if I were you. I'm at the top of my game right now. This is my time to shine.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Sure it is. Telling yourself that.
Paimon's so surprised that Teppei's been made a platoon captain. He must have been working super hard. Let's take a break, then go check out these Archon War ruins.
If I take a break, probably wait a day. Just tell me that's... Don't care. Ooh, that's all shit. Up. Ooh. Okay. In between these two islands, that would have thought that counts as on the island. Here. Ugh. Like there's a puzzle here. Swing.
This should be the place. But Santanamio is right. Doesn't look like anything suspicious is going on. Could they be hiding? Let's see what we can find. These electro monuments look a little suspicious.
Mm-hmm. Yep, give me a second. Official. Your specialty.
Behold!
I have to do these in order.
Yikes! A huge launcher! Was it drawn out by the electro energy?
I would.
Lay waste to the wicked!
Speed of light. Yes, with sword comes shadow.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Barbados, guide us. Don't blink. Hey! Nowhere to hide.
Lay waste to the wicked!
Wings of darkness. Come, sever.
Go,
Phew! Glad that's over. As monsters go, that one was pretty tough. But what's such a huge Thunderhelm Lodge Earl doing here in the first place? It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, the good thing is that it's over now. We should probably get going. Huh? Tepe, what are you doing here?
Wow, this is a surprise. I didn't know you were the ones investigating here. I just got back from delivering some supplies to the front line. I figured I'd stop by and clear any threats in this area on the way back.
Are you alright there, buddy? You're looking slightly the worse for wear.
I'm fine. It's nothing. I must have caught a cold a couple of days ago while I was out at sea. On my way past, I heard that someone had just arrived on the island to investigate, so I thought I'd come and take a look. If there'd been some real danger, I might have had the chance to be the hero. Shame it was just you guys. Guess I came here for nothing.
Tepe, don't you think there's something strange about this place?
Now that you mention it, there is something a little off about it. It could be that the Tatarigami is more palpable here, I guess. We're not that far away from Orobashi's remains.
Orobashi? Who's that?
The giant dragon thing?
A god. Look, there's the corpse over there.
Giant dragon thing.
Ah! It's a gigantic snake skeleton! Oh, it looks terrifying!
Orobashi was the one who brought our ancestors from Enkanomiya up to the surface. That's the origin of the Watatsumi Island you know today. Our ancestors regarded it as a guardian deity. But during the Archon War, Orobashi invaded Yashiori Island. The Raiden Shogun came out in person and slew Orobashi with the Muso no Hitotachi. That same slash also formed what later became known as Musojin Gorge.
The Raiden Shogun created Musojin Gorge in one slash? Wow, that's pretty incredible!
Yes, but the Archon War was brutal. And Yashiori Island was completely destroyed during that battle. They say the Shogun lost something very dear to her along the way, too. Since Orobashi's death, there has always been some animosity between Watatsumi Island and the Shogunate, but our different beliefs have nothing to do with why the resistance was formed. We only rose up to fight against the Vision Hunt Decree. When Orobashi attacked civilization, the Shogun stood up and put a stop to it. But now that the Shogun is stripping people of their ambitions with the Vision Hunt Decree, it's time for someone to stand up and stop the Shogun. All right, I'm heading back. I was just dealing with some of the Shogun's elite samurai, so I think I'm gonna take a quick breather, and it's on to my next assignment. You should report back to Sangonomiya as soon as possible. Don't stay here longer than you need to. Being around the Tatarigami too long won't do your health any good.
Barely.
Hey, don't worry about me. Peak condition.
Uh-huh. Sure.
Teppei's sure made some big progress if he's already dealing with Shogunate samurai. Paimon can hardly believe it. Let's report back to Kokomi.
Feeling I can't do this right here. Is water? Here.
Kokomi, we're back! Oh, look, Goro's here too! What happened? They look so serious.
Approximately how many people are exhibiting these symptoms?
Oh no.
I haven't had the chance to do a full count yet.
Everybody's
Kokomi,
sick.
Goro, what's going on?
Recently, some of our soldiers started showing symptoms of accelerated aging. I called them in for questioning and found out they'd privately acquired some secret weapons from our sponsor.
Oh, dear.
Most of them are highly ambitious types, vehemently opposed to the Vision Hunt Decree. They've been using these new weapons secretly since getting a hold of them.
So that's why the war has been going unusually
Okay.
well. But risky secret weapons are not the answer. We must put a stop to it immediately. Goro, have you managed to acquire one of these weapons?
Well, most of the officers refuse to hand them over. Still, I did manage to get one.
Do you know something about this?
Oh.
So that means our secret sponsor is the Fatui?
Well,
But why would the Fatui do this? Forget that. There's no time. Right now, we need to inform the whole army to cease using their delusions immediately. All soldiers who have shown symptoms are to be taken for treatment. I just hope we'll be in time to save them.
Wait a second. Speaking of soldiers with symptoms,
yeah. His hair also did look lighter.
No! Let's go check.
Pepe. Oh, yeah. Oh,
Oh. Hey,
yep.
guys.
His hair was
What are you
definitely
doing
getting
here?
lighter.
Just a moment. Let me get up. Ugh. It's weird. Hmm? Oh, right. Yeah. I haven't had time to give you the full details of fighting the Shogun's army at sea, taking on Shogunate samurai all by myself, rescuing my comrades from an ambush. If only I were stronger still. Stronger.
When
It wasn't long. They gave it to me and said that it's just like a vision. Delusion. So, what's the difference between a delusion and a vision?
Can you not tell?
Gosh. Well, I suppose it's not too surprising that a mysterious weapon of unknown origins would come with its risks. I've been getting more and more tired over the past few days, and I have this strange sense of dread. At first, I'd find I was a little more beat than usual after a battle. Didn't think anything of it. But today, I got back and suddenly my vision was going blurry. This is a real shame. There I was, thinking I was catching up with you. Guess I didn't receive the favor of the gods after all. Hey, would you do something for me?
Oh, dear.
When our uniforms are ready, grab mine for me. Bring it back here, and we can change together.
Hey, I'm a
What's
female.
that look for? Don't worry, partner. Soon as I've rested up, I'll be right as rain.
You're
right
going
as
to
rain,
die
I tell
right
ya.
now.
As soon as I've
You're dead.
rested up.
Tepe! Hey! Where are you going? Hey!
Oh, don't worry about it. Yo, so
How's Tepe's condition? I have put out the order to seize. The vast majority are showing some loss of vitality, but nothing serious. Sadly, a few have been less fortunate.
Your Excellency, I'm planning to establish a dedicated field hospital to monitor their condition. The soldiers are up in arms about the ban, though. They know full well what a delusion is, but they still intend to keep using them.
Okay, I'll leave you to deal with the situation. I have to get to the front line. This whole fiasco is certain to be a blow to morale. If the Shogun's army attacks now while we're scrambling to recover, it could well undo everything we have achieved so far. What are your thoughts?
I can go.
No, it's too dangerous.
Oh, please, I
The
have
Sakoku
some
decree
history
is
with them.
still in force, so their delusions must be produced within Inazuma's borders. To organize an operation of this scale, they will have had to mobilize a huge amount of manpower and resources. They can't have done it without local support.
A
If we
question.
want to
There's an
stop them,
island in the
we
south
have to destroy the factory where the delusions are made.
that's like
But it's sure
heavily
to be
guarded.
heavily guarded. It's dangerous to go alone. At least take some troops.
Your Excellency, given the urgency of the situation, we were hardly discreet when confiscating the delusions. The Fatui are sure to take notice. If we spend any longer amassing our forces, they will get wind of our plans and make their escape.
Very true. Let me think. I gave this some thought while you were confiscating the delusions. The side of the factory must be big and secluded, but close enough to a transport route to ensure the supply of raw materials. Not many places meet these criteria, and if we take the locations where our soldiers receive their delusions into account as well, I suspect the site is likely to be the cliffs, near the ocean at the southwest of Yashiori Island. I'm not going to stop you, but please, be careful. We have lost too many courageous fighters already. I don't want to lose you too.
Don't worry, I have protagonist armor. I'm not gonna die like this. Or at least stay dead.
You mean to the delusion factory? Really? You aren't gonna think it over first?
Hey,
Fine.
Paimon, just think about this for a second. How much do we have to deal with the Fatui? Being able to hit them kind of hard would be nice. Of course. Oh, there's the mine there. Okay, yeah, sure. Oh, yeah. I don't think I did that properly. Yeah, I don't think I finished that at any point. I almost just got struck. Hey.
I'm flying!
One thing I'm really glad they did not actually take from Breath of the Wild was slipping when we were trying to.
Speed of light!
Oh, boy.
Don't blink! Hey!
Hey.
Speed of light!
Oh. Mhm.
Don't blink! Incoming! Hey! Speed of light! Don't blink! That's everything. On to the next.
Oh. Is that was this? Owie? Okay. Boy, where are you gonna take me? Okay, so that... Oh my god. Oh, hey, that's the two. Oh my god, there's so much. An area.
Incoming! Hey!
You. It's very weak. Yes, but... Fine. Ready. Oh my god. Stop. Doo-doo-doo. Looks suspicious. Oh. I wasn't even talking about that. I was just talking about this.
Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
Okay. Jeez. Before I enter that,
Thunder and lightning can be quite frightening, but don't worry. Liyue's storm and fire defenses are second to none.
See though, we aren't in the recommended elements. Oh hey, I have all those equipped. Really nice. No, I don't. It's Hydro. There you go.
All is accounted for. Let's move out.
Yep, just keep hitting.
Well met.
Rest and rebuild! A brash maneuver! Torrent, bring refuge! Hey!
Dawn, break forth!
Where's that hook from Ayana Special? Yeah!
Miscalculated.
And stirred!
This was well done.
Don't blink! Cut to the chase!
Counterattack. This was well done.
Incoming!
You need to hurry up. This was well done.
Pew pew! Don't blink! Nowhere to hide!
You need to hurry up.
What? Where am I?
An unfortunate fault.
I don't remember what. For normal on charge. Oh. Oh. Okay.
Covenant of the Deep!
Okay. Didn't realize what her thing was.
So,
Now that I realize
is
it,
this what
that's
delusions
actually-
are made from? So much crystal marrow. Now, where have we seen that before? Wait a second. Are they getting this from Rito? So the Kanji Commission are... I'm a rock. Allow me.
Don't blink!
Let me amuse myself a little. Over here!
If you want to amuse yourself a little,
With sword comes shadow.
I can.
You only just look like I went too far.
Billowing surge!
Can't handle your drink. Huh.
Speed of light!
Lay waste to the wicked.
Flames! Purge!
All that is situation. Oh. Yeah,
Yikes! It looks dangerous! We better watch our step or we might get hit!
Wait. No. Okay. What is? Oh my god, that. This looks so bad. Let's. Doop. Open the door.
Intruder spotted! Do not let them impede the work of the Harbingers! You'll never get out of here alive!
Why are you telling your teammates what they are?
Nowhere to hide.
It only just begun! Not taking a sweat!
Dawn, break forth!
Miscalculated.
Don't blink.
This should be fun. Send this quickly. It isn't time to break yet.
Yeah! Think you can bully me? Hey!
This is bad. My duty.
With sword from shadow. Incoming.
Come on.
Flames! Purge!
Let's end this quickly.
Get me out of here. Oh my god, where am I?
Look at you, Boomtown! Shaken and stirred! Think you can bolt? Rust and rebuild! Torrents, bring refuge! Ha! Yeah! Ha! Yeah!
Nowhere to hide.
Now this idiot must have a death wish. Don't be intimidated. Lord Harbinger will be here soon.
Allow me!
Incoming.
Hurry up!
Here! Here!
Roasted frog!
Yeah!
This one's well done! An unfortunate fault!
With sword comes shadow.
Here! Flames! Purge!
Out of my... Don't blink.
Rust and rebuild! Pew pew!
Here!
Think you can bully me?
Speed of light. His power flows
Here!
through me.
Here! Flames! Purge!
Don't blink. This body
Okay.
belongs to ice and
You actually managed to find this place. Congratulations.
Oh, who are you? Alright, Autumn.
So, you're another Fatui Harbinger? Like Senora and Child?
Senora and Child. I didn't know you and my two least reliable colleagues were acquainted.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
the Balladeer. Number 6 of the Fatui Harbingers. Delighted to meet you, oh mighty traveler. So many visitors today. To what do I owe the honor? Oh, so that's what this is about. I think you've got the wrong idea. I know how this looks, but I'm just here to follow orders. I'm obviously not the mastermind behind this. Aren't you supposed to be pretty tough? What are you waiting for? Go get them. You're getting all worked up over nothing. Didn't have you down as being so weak.
How can you say this is nothing?
How can you call it anything more? It's the way of the world. Human life is worthless. They were always going to die, with or without a delusion. At least having one gives them a chance to fulfill their ambitions. Do you have any idea how useful the Vision Hunt decree is to us? It took a lot of work to make it happen. Obviously, it was in our best interests. Good news is, our hard work is finally paying off. Generating conflict creates a big market for delusions. Now we just let the promise of power draw in the weak. For just a small price, they get the feeling of controlling the world. Trading their life for supreme power. Pretty good deal, don't you think?
So, the Fatui started the Vision Hunt decree? You've been behind it all along?
From the outside, Inazuma looks pretty impenetrable. But on the inside, it's a land of opportunity. With a little effort, we were able to break them down from within. Eternity stretches things out over a long time. But each moment within it becomes all the more fragile. Take your friend in the Resistance, for example. There's nothing you can do now. He's a lost cause. Just like a bubble on the water. Beautiful for a moment, then total destruction. The more it takes from them, the more tightly they hold on to it. And the more incompetent they are, the more determined they are to fight it. It's such a farce. You have to see the funny side.
You're not allowed to mock him. Only I am.
Hey, calm down! No!
Oh boy.
That's it. Just like that. Embrace the anger. Embrace it! The wrath of the gods fills this factory, and it feeds on your anger.
Oh boy.
What's happening? Get up!
Hello.
Repeat after me. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. Come on. Okay, that's positive. Your brain seems relatively unscathed. This is good news.
Can I tilt my head up just a little more?
It's just as well, really, with the amount of effort it took me to get you back here. Honestly, it was like you were glued to the ground back there.
Nico? Paimon's been wanting to ask you about something. How come you're acting so differently from when we first met you?
Am I? Maybe it's because I had the other Shrine Maidens leave. Anyway, I've always been like this. People show you whatever side of themselves they want you to see. I know this for a fact. Every side of me is the real me. People just like to define things in all sorts of arbitrary ways. This is a human society. At the moment, anyway. And I'm just doing as I please.
Paimon didn't quite follow.
Study humans a while longer, my little friend. You'll see what I mean.
How'd you do
Right!
it?
Paimon was so focused on the Traveler that Paimon didn't notice what you did to get Scaramouche off our backs!
What if I told you it was a secret art from the Grand Narukami Shrine, and that I had the balladeer down on his knees, begging for mercy in an instant? Would you believe me?
You do this again and again. To the point where Raiden Shogun stops being whatever she's doing.
Well, maybe you should be worrying less about that, and more about how exactly you're going to thank me, no? Maybe some of your neural circuitry is less intact than I thought. I didn't mean you had to be so formal about it. I need your actions, not your words.
Ooh.
The delusions. They're still on your mind, aren't they? You needn't worry. The leader of Watatsumi Island took some troops to clear the place out. She's also issued a strict ban on the use of delusions across the whole army. With their stronghold exposed, I doubt the balladeer is stubborn enough to try and retaliate now on his colleagues' behalf. It would be more trouble than it's worth. I must say, I would relish the opportunity to watch the Fatui getting a taste of their own medicine. Well, anyway, that's Songonomiya Kokomi. She really outdid herself this time. I'd love to have another chat with her again in person. But alas, belief systems can be such a hindrance sometimes.
A hindrance? Should you really be saying that as the Gucci of the Grand Shrine?
Anyway, I'm only telling you this to stop you worrying so that you can focus on something I need you to do for me. You've met her, right? I'm not talking about the puppet. I mean her. You've met her, yes? Yes, the true Raiden Shogun, who meditates endlessly in the plane of Euthymia to preserve her being. Her name is A.
Are you saying that the one we met at the ceremony was just a puppet? And the real Raiden Shogun is the one that the Traveler met later? And does that mean that when the battlefield changed, so did the opponent?
Because this is the Raiden Shogun's eternity. Before pursuing the eternity of her nation, she had to reach eternity for herself. Since the physical body will eventually turn to dust, she replaced hers with that of a puppet. And since the spirit is susceptible to erosion, she placed her consciousness inside her sword, where she remains in a meditative state, free from all disturbances.
So, that place that she carved open with her sword...
The plane of Euthymia. Essentially, the world inside her mind. A place that typically only allows her existence. She shuts herself off in her inner world, leaving all the affairs of the outside world to be dealt with by a puppet, who has a singular focus on the pursuit of eternity. This is the approach A has come up with for realizing eternity. You mean Morax? It's been a while since I last saw him. A surprising decision by Liyue's Archon. What a fascinating god he is.
It seems like the Raiden Shogun's approach solves the problem Zhang Li was facing, though.
Perhaps. Or you could take the view that she's acting like a little child, throwing a temper tantrum and locking herself in her room. Don't you think? The grand notion of eternity she once held has long since given way to the eternity of her own definition. And ultimately, her eternity is defined by fear. The truth is, we are on the same side. You want to save the people of Inazuma from the Vision Hunt decree. So do I. The only difference is that I'd rather like to save this nation and save A while we're at it. The key is that the plane of Euthymia represents A's inner world, Defeat her there, and you may well have the chance to shake the Raiden Shogun's will.
So this is your plan? To abolish the Vision Hunt decree? Not by talking her out of it, or through an armed resistance, but by, hopping inside the Raiden
We ain't go
Shogun's
deep
inner
inside her.
world?
You're a fast learner. In short, this is the last chance to get Inazuma back on track. Otherwise, an eternity of darkness awaits.
I think I know why, but
Don't you realize how special you are? Remember, the plane of Euthymia is a space where only she is allowed to exist. The fact that you could appear there tells us one crucial thing. That you have piqued her interest. Perhaps it's because she has never seen an individual who is so unpredictable in the face of eternity.
Has no one else ever been in there?
None. No one has seen the devotee of eternity since she shut herself away. In fact, no one even knows what it looks like in there. Your existence is more than just an opportunity. It's the very key to all of this. To that I say, well done, child. You did not disappoint me after all.
Wait, you're leaving? Where are you going?
Anti-Raiden Shogun training. I've prepared a special program just for you. Come along.
okay. I have a feeling I'm gonna end up needing... Wait. actually...
This world is full of unsolved mysteries.
I have a feeling I'm gonna end up being... Oh.
Take this!
Huh. No. Okay. Alright. Training area. Alright, time to jump off the mountain. Whee! Oh, wee. Oh, wait.
We're gonna do it here? And what's this mechanism for?
Think of it as a catalyst that can reproduce the Raiden Shogun's combat moves. I made it from my own memory, which means it should be perfectly accurate. Unless, of course, her skills have declined. It'll give you a chance to figure out her moves in advance and come up with a counter strategy. That should be a big help, don't you think? The aim is to try to not get hit by the attacks. Since you've escaped certain death at her hand once already, I presume this shouldn't be more than you can handle.
What? Ow. actually.
Let's go. Time is again.
Didn't. Okay, whatever.
Got lucky that time.
What? I don't. Oh my god.
Allow me!
Okay. Yep. Okay. Move out of the way. Move out of the way. How the fuck are you supposed to avoid that? Can't burn yourself. It's why it. God damn. Okay. So. Set myself on fire. Oh, that's an issue. That's gonna be an issue. Try with Deluge again. Okay, yep. Awesome. Okay, yep, awesome. I fucking hate this so much. Shit. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, a fucking horse. Holy shit. They do look shit at doing that. Fuck off, game! Spit.
Got lucky that
Fuck
time.
off, game! I did it! Oh my god. Yeah, they say Pyro, but fucking Cryo works so much. Yeah, that was a little
How come
challenging.
you know so much about the Raiden Shogun?
You mean me? Perhaps it's because I'm the Electro Archon's familiar.
What? Like Dvalin is to Barbados? Huh. Never would have guessed by looking at you.
It sounds like you'd be more persuaded if you saw me in my fox form.
You're
In your
persuaded.
dreams.
Aw.
Aw.
More curious than my appearance is the fact that she and I don't see each other anymore, wouldn't you say? A nation to last for all eternity is a dream that she and I both share. But I don't think that's the same thing as complete stasis. At some point, she started going down a path that became increasingly difficult for me to join her on. You know, A never said goodbye to me before she stepped into the plane of euthymia. Perhaps it's just my wishful thinking, but I think she did this deliberately, as her way of keeping our friendship eternal. By neither saying goodbye nor seeing me again, our relationship will remain forever how it was. In her mind, at least. Since we've embarked on two very different paths to eternity, I can either continue to maintain the status quo or do whatever it takes to bring her back on track, regardless of the cost. I have chosen the latter because If stubbornly isolating herself in the plane of euthymia is her idea of eternity, then my duty as her eternal familiar is to drag her back out of her own head and into the real world.
Aw, Miko, you sound like a really great friend.
I'm only telling you this so you can properly understand my plan. Could you possibly spare the sentimentality for the time being? Anyway, that's enough chit-chat. Time for Anti-Raiden Shogun Training Phase 2.
There's a part 2?
Oh boy.
Incoming! Hey!
Some. Okay.
Speed of light! Rust and rebuild! Incoming! Think you can bully me? I'm a rock! Cut to the chase!
Flames! Purge!
Can't handle your drink? Shaken and stirred! Scrap! Don't blink! Nowhere to hide! Billowing surge!
Okay. That one was not nearly as hard as trying to kill the final thing.
We're finally done! How did we do?
You did quite admirably. I could see your determination and your hard work.
So, do you think we're ready to beat the Raiden Shogun now?
Oh,
How do I put this? You're no match for her at all.
Thank you.
What? So all of this was a complete waste of time?
You are the most important part of the plan. I know what I'm doing. You
Do
don't
you?
think I'd leave you with no chance to win at all, do you? Speaking of, Traveler, what do you think of the Resistance Army's chances?
Very good match.
You're absolutely right. Perhaps they occasionally best the Shogun's army in open battle, but when they face the Raiden Shogun herself, considering even their visions have been taken from them and embedded in the statue, they're ultimately quite helpless.
You don't have to be so blunt. The Traveler's the captain of Swordfish too, you know.
Are you sharing that?
I don't mean to belittle them. On the contrary. It is precisely because of their helplessness, because their visions have been taken from them, that their will is all the more precious. In short, if everything goes according to plan, they may yet prove to be helpful.
Yes, what is the plan, though?
Goodness, is that the time? I have another guest to receive today. We can talk more back at the Grand Narukami Shrine.
All of a sudden, you're entertaining guests? Hyman's really struggling to understand how you work.
Teleport. Miss
Okay,
Claire.
we can talk here. You asked me about the plan. In fact, I've been mulling it over for quite a long time. Before
guess.
one makes a plan, what is the most important thing one must do?
Don't know. What is it?
You
Know what you
must
want,
understand
or-
the situation you are facing. The Vision Hunt Decree was obviously devised as a means of manipulating the Shogun. The ones behind it knowing full well her susceptibility as a puppet, with a single-minded focus on eternity. Yes, this is the strongest piece of evidence we have to go on. Now, We also know that every aspect of the Vision Hunt Decree's promulgation and execution has been enthusiastically spearheaded by the Tenryou Commission from the outset.
Ayaka was saying that every time they submitted a petition against the Vision Hunt Decree, the Tenryou and Kanjo commissions would veto it straight away with no negotiation.
Yes, it's all too clear that both the Tenryou and Kanjo commissions are in some form of collusion with the Fatui. Foolish humans, blinded by their greed. Thus, the current situation is that our Fatui antagonist is still at large, has the two rogue commissions wrapped around their finger, and is distributing delusions from the shadows. Unfortunately, given that said antagonist is under the protection of two commissions and the Raiden Shogun, we would be rather hard-pressed to track them down.
So, what should we do?
It will be easier for us to start with someone from Inazuma. So my plan is to incite rebellion in the Tenryou Commission.
Rebellion? What are you talking about? After everything you just said, it sounds like the Tenryou Commission has rebelled already.
But rebel against the rebellion.
When I say rebellion, I don't mean betraying the shogunate. I mean inciting a certain someone to betray the Tenryou Commission. If we manage to convince her, I'm quite sure we'll be able to get you another audience with the Raiden Shogun. I'll give you a clue. She's currently in charge of the Shogun's army. She visits the shrine at this time every month, and she is our guest today. She also appears to be standing right behind you.
Don't move a muscle. You've got some nerve showing up here in the shrine when there's an active warrant for your arrest. Don't even think about trying anything. Surrender now. You're coming with me to headquarters. Seize her!
Affirmative.
Kujusara!
It seems that you're forgetting. This is the Grand Narukami Shrine. Use of force here is strictly forbidden. Before you proceed, which of you would like to face criminal charges for dishonoring the Shogun,
Ugh. Guji-ai, please tell me you are not sheltering a wanted criminal here.
We are just friends. I don't see what sheltering has to do with it. Tell your subordinates to leave. We have things to discuss.
All of you outside.
As you wish.
There are only two there. You could have just said both of you outside.
Guji-ai, I'm a little curious. Does it not also dishonor the Shogun to hide a wanted criminal at her grand shrine?
It might. Ooh. Absolutely.
You're the same as ever, Kujo-sara. No one can match you when it comes to loyalty to the Shogun.
As a servant, loyalty to the Shogun is my duty. And as a warrior, I dedicate my life to following the way of the Shogun.
Even though she will one day seize your vision too?
The Vision Hunt Decree is the Shogun's chosen course, and I shall not question it.
Oh, it's tragic. Such wholehearted devotion rendered meaningless by circumstance. Have you been kept in the dark? Or are you the only one left in the light?
Lady Guji, I need you to be direct. Tell me exactly what you mean.
The Vision Hunt Decree is a trap. Part of a Fatui plot to bring Inazuma to its knees. And your masters, the Kujo clan of the Tenryou Commission, they're the ones keeping the truth from reaching the Shogun.
You're saying the Kujo clan betrayed the Shogunate?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Guji Yae, your allegation is not only dangerous, but ridiculous. The Tri-Commission has served the Shogun since ancient times, and remains absolutely loyal to this day. Ever since I was adopted by the Kujo clan, I have seen and heard nothing but pure devotion toward the Shogun. At every level of the Tenryou Commission, especially from the head of the clan, Kujo Takayuki. He reveres the Muso no Hitotachi more than anyone. My own respect for the Shogun pales in comparison to his. How could he ever even dream of acting against the Shogun?
3 days. Come back here in 3 days and I will show you the evidence. As a Guji, there's one thing I know very well. People believe whatever they want to believe. Some things you do not see, simply because you do not wish to look. And so, it falls to me to place the truth before your eyes, in all its ugliness.
3 days? I'll be here. But if I don't see any evidence, I will demand a formal apology for slandering the Kujo clan. Also, she will have to come with me.
Wonderful. Then I'll see you in 3 days. I look forward to it very much.
Let me guess, in these 3 days, I have to get something to prove it.
That was so scary! Paimon wasn't expecting to run into Kujosara here. But, Miko, you mentioned evidence of the Tenryou Commission's betrayal. Is that all in hand and good to go? Or...
Uh-huh.
Why are you always asking so many questions? Of course not. I just had to say something because I clearly wasn't convincing her.
Not entirely unexpected.
As plans go, changing the deity's mind is a huge gamble to begin with. We can't expect to be in control of every last detail when we're facing off against a god, can we?
Okay, but what are we gonna do though? We only have 3 days.
If we want to get our evidence, we're going to need some help. Now, come with me. We must awaken the professional.
Helper. Helper.
Let's move out.
Helper.
That toy Tanuki just turned into a human!
Helper.
What's going on? Paimon's never seen one of these before.
Not a Tanuki. I'm a Muchina. I'm so tired. If I don't get enough sleep, it'll stunt my growth.
Is this the professional you were talking about? She doesn't look very professional at all.
She is a member of the Shiumatsuban, a genuine, bona fide ninja.
Oh, wow! A ninja? So was that one of those legendary ninja transformation techniques? Matsuban?
It belongs to the Yashiro Commission, a secret unit under Kamisato Ayato.
Ah.
Now, Kamisato Ayato and the Yashiro Commission are neutral parties, so I have no right to give orders to the Shiumatsuban. However, convincing their most chronically lazy member to help us is well within my abilities. Here's what I need you to do. Go into town and find evidence of the Tenryo Commission's betrayal. It would not be appropriate for me to be seen there myself.
You make it sound so simple, but...
Exactly is this.
Oh, I thought you would have figured it out by now. All right then. I'll indulge you with a little more information. For a complete outsider, probing the inner workings of the Tenryo Commission is nigh on impossible. But since the three commissions work together to serve the Shogun, they have a close relationship. Someone from one of the other commissions might have an easier job of figuring... Now you're following me? The Shogun's army haven't given up on their search for you yet, but with the help of this Shiumatsuban ninja, I'm sure you'll be able to rendezvous with your friends. Don't forget, we're on a tight schedule here. Be sure to bring back the evidence in good time.
So I shouldn't take... I shouldn't stop here and go to, and then come back a week later? Don't worry, just leader of rebellion.
Let's move out.
Toma! Toma! You there? It's us! We're back!
Hi, Toma.
What brings you here? Did you meet with the Resistance? How's the battle going? Is it safe for me to come out yet?
No.
Not just yet. We saw people patrolling on our way here.
So, it's still not over. I guess you came here because you have something to discuss? I'll get someone to call for Miss Kamisato. Bear with me for 1 second.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I see. You have been through a lot since we last met. I understand. You need evidence of the Tenryo Commission's betrayal. Let me think. Now that you mention it, there is one thing that has always concerned me. The Shogun's army has been at war with the Resistance for a long time now, but not once has the Shogun ever inquired about it.
Quite interesting. Cheez-Its. No,
I used to think that she simply didn't care. But looking at it now, perhaps the problem all along has been with the Tenryo Commission's reports to the Shogun.
What do you mean?
The Tenryo Commission presides over domestic military affairs. If they ever had any intention of concealing information in their reports, we would have no way of knowing. Meanwhile, the Shogun would incorrectly conclude that the Vision Hunt decree poses no threat and would stick to her decision. If we had access to their reports, it would confirm everything.
But as I recall, the only person authorized to access that kind of official documentation is Kujo Takayuki. It's heavily guarded too. Even with Sayu's help, swiping a document from under their noses is no easy task.
If only there was a way we could distract the guards just for long enough.
Like fireworks? Fireworks. We've done this before.
Yoimiya's fireworks!
That's a very Toma-sounding suggestion. But it's a reasonable one. The statue of the omnipresent god is right by the Tenryo Commission. If someone set off fireworks near the statue, they certainly wouldn't ignore it. While they were preoccupied with that, Sayu could infiltrate the Tenryou Commission and take the report, as well as any other evidence she might find.
Great! It feels like I'm getting closer and closer to being a free man again.
No, you're still trapped in my party.
It feels like it's been an eternity since we last sat down and talked like this. Well, it certainly felt like it to me. I've been looking forward to seeing you again every day since I got here. This tea house used to be my favorite hiding place, but now I've honestly lost track of how long it's been since I last set foot outside of here. Oh man, I want to go to the hot springs so badly.
Poor Toma.
Let's focus on the issue at hand. The sooner the Vision Hunt Decree is abolished, the sooner Toma will be free. This was a reunion of sorts, but there's no time to catch up. We'll celebrate properly when it's all over.
Ooh, let's play the hot pot game again.
You're still thinking about that?
The Tenryou Commission is heavily guarded. Be careful when you get near. Let's meet back here afterwards.
Alright, first let's go to Hanamizaka to find you and Mia.
Hey. Hello, friend. I have a request for you.
Yoimiya, we need an extra large firework. The super duper big kind.
Extra large firework? You sure came to the right person. As it happens, I made this really souped up one just a couple days ago.
Ooh.
But it's so powerful that I haven't found anywhere I can test it out yet. Huh, may as well give it to you. Let me know how it turns out.
Oh.
Don't forget, move well away from it after you light the fuse, and try to avoid burning your clothes. Also, it's best that you cover your ears.
Why does Paimon feel so nervous all of a sudden?
Don't worry, it's just a firework. Come on, what's the worst that could happen?
We'll
We nuked this entire island.
I still think we should change it. This part is a bit boring. I like this
Boy.
Well, perhaps this is karma.
As it was the decision of the Shogun.
Oh boy. Anytime. Oh boy.
Pretty much how I thought. There are loads and loads of people. If one of them spots me, I'll get caught.
We need to get rid of them, or I won't be able to sneak inside. After I get the document, let's meet back at Komari Tea House, okay? Also, if I do get caught, please come rescue me.
Is this really a good idea? Anyway, let's make our way to the statue. Careful does it. Watch out for guards and don't get caught.
Hi, hi.
Well, we got our distraction. Now we just need to wait for nightfall.
Wait. File. Excuse me while I just nap you real quick. Huh?
There are loads and loads. We need to get rid of them. After I get the document. Also, if I do...
Wait. Coin.
Firework is this? By the look of it, Paimon's ears are gonna get blown off.
Oh shit.
Oh, Yoimiya, you are officially nuts. Uh-oh, they're all coming this way. Quick, run!
Oh, fuck me. Where? Oh my god.
What's going on?
Hey. Oh my god. Hey. Doop, doop, doop.
Stop! I have orders to search for a.
Yikes!
Oh my god, I fucked up.
What kind of firework is this? By the look of it, Paimon's ears are gonna get blown off. Oh, Yoimiya, you are officially nuts.
Stop! I have orders to search for a one.
Piece of. God damn.
What kind of firework is this? By the look of it, Paimon's ears are gonna get blown off. Oh, Yoimiya, you are officially nuts. Uh-oh, they're all coming this way. Quick, run!
You don't see me. Doop, 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 doop. Oh my god.
Stop dragging your feet. What kind of tea is this?
My apologies. Komore Tea House.
Is it closed? I don't care. Hi.
Well, how did it go? Well done. Let's wait for news from Sayu.
He gets captured. Oh.
I know exercise helps you grow, but this was a little too much exercise. I feel so dizzy. Everyone is spinning. No, I can't sleep yet. There was something important I was supposed to do first. Oh, right, yeah, I got it. I didn't know how to find a document you guys were talking about,
So I just swiped a whole bunch of stuff that looks suspicious.
Oh dear.
Here you go. I'm going to sleep now.
This isn't good. I haven't.
My lady, what are we looking at?
This sealed envelope must be an official report that the Tenryou Commission is preparing to present to the Shogun. In addition, we have correspondence with the Fatui. It seems that Gujiai was right. They have been fomenting unrest behind the scenes. This should be ample evidence. Please take them to Gujiai. I trust you will have a plan for the next step.
I hope so too.
I will also gather some people to try and root out the rest of the Fatui in Inazuma.
Still, mind yourself when you face the Shogun. I still get goosebumps just thinking about her drawing that blade.
Again, we'll just have to trust Gujiai. She is close to the Shogun, so maybe she will have a way.
If Paimon remembers correctly, it should be time for a meeting with Yaimiko soon.
Yeah, that.
Let's pack up our things and get ready to head to the Grand Narukami Shrine.
Okay. I'm just stuck on an invisible thing. That seems like a lot of energy coming out.
Lady Guji, here I am, as promised. Rest assured I came here alone and told no one about this trip.
I knew you would keep your promise after all. I'm sure you've barely been able to take your mind off it these past few days. Have you managed to get any sleep at all?
You're quite mistaken. I would never doubt the leaders of my clan. So, where is your proof?
Hello.
Ah, how wonderful. Everyone's keeping their promises today.
Oh, you wouldn't believe what we had to go through to get our hands on this stuff.
I'm on shut the
Hand
fuck
them
up.
to Sarah. She can examine them for herself.
What is this? I see this document bears the official seal of the head of the Kujo clan, and it doesn't look like a forgery. I don't understand. Not a single word about the resistance, Sangonomiya, or the situation on the front line. What about the soldiers who gave their lives on the front line, or the hardship endured by the people? Do they deserve no mention? Utter disregard for human life. Why would they want to hide it?
For the sake of the Vision Hunt decree, of course. Don't you think the Shogun might reconsider her policy if all of the things you just mentioned appeared in this report?
So, the Tenryou Commission, they are deliberately deceiving the Shogun?
Yes.
Yes. Now, who else do you think might be benefiting from the Vision Hunt decree?
This is a letter from the Tenryou Commission to the Fatui. The head of the Kujo clan kept this a secret from the Shogun, too.
Well, the things you wanted to see but also wished not to see are here before you. Surely, you aren't planning to turn a blind eye to them?
So everything I've ever held on to, it's all... How could they? Ugh! This betrayal is unforgivable! Takayuki, you've got some explaining to do!
Calm down. Oh.
Kujo-Sara seems pretty angry, huh? Looks like our Tenryou rebellion is successfully underway. Yep. Let's catch up.
Hold on, Traveler.
Oh dear.
There's something else we need to discuss.
Huh?
Last time you entered the plane of Euthymia, it was in front of the statue of the omnipresent god, correct?
Correct.
You must find a way to recreate the circumstances of that day. If you can get the Raiden Shogun to open her heart to you once more before the statue of the omnipresent god, you will have the opportunity you need. Take this with you as a farewell gift.
What is it?
The omamori from the Grand Narukami Shrine are very potent indeed. I thought I'd put one aside for you.
I will try to.
If you find yourself at your wit's end, take it out and see what happens. Maybe your prayers will be answered and all your problems will disappear in the blink of an eye. Or if
So
you
it's
ever
someone
think
too.
about me during your journey, take it out, won't you? Who knows? Maybe I'll just end up appearing right in front of you.
Cut it out, Fox Lady. This isn't the time or place to be poking fun at the Traveler.
I'm sorry. Well then, time for you to face my hopeless fool of a friend. I'm counting on you.
Okay. Not realistically. I have a feeling that it's gonna end up to. It's gonna go. Gonna go. I regret a decision. I regret a decision. I don't want to regret a decision.
There's still a long road.
You followed me here? You've got guts, I'll give you that. Since you are a witness, I suppose I can shield you from arrest. At least until I have received an explanation from Takayuki. But if it turns out that you have been deceptive in this matter, then not only will you be arrested immediately, but you'll also be charged with one more crime. Do I make myself clear?
Lead the way.
Good.
Master's orders.
Recommended party. Fine. Yeah, this goes.
Apologies, ma'am. Orders from the top. No one is allowed to enter.
Out of my way! I need to speak to him. I won't tell you twice.
Allow me.
I must withdraw.
Soldiers, quick! Yeah! Covenant RPG! Hold the line! A brash maneuver! Take this! Bellowing thunder!
I must.
Glory to the Shogun! Strike!
Teach me a lesson.
Shake it and stir!
Show me what you've got.
Lightning slash!
Don't hold back.
Allow me!
Flash!
Sketch! Torrent, bring refuge!
Allow me. Strike first.
Yeah!
Show me what you've got.
Hold the line!
Flash!
Watch your step!
Yeah! Think you can bully me? Ha!
Get them!
Dawn, break forth! Show me what you've got!
Storm the front! Strike! Take this!
Allow me! Covenant of the Deep!
Draw!
Don't hold back! Take this! I must...
Can't handle your dream! Huh. Hold the line!
Quiver!
I dare you!
Flames! Purge!
I've lost! A word!
Torrents, bring refuge!
Take this!
Rust and rebuild!
Strike! No turning back!
Dawn, break forth!
Lightning slash!
Don't hold back! Take this! I won't get this.
I regret. I regret a decision.
Sarah, have you gone insane? How dare you disregard my orders?
Master,
Go and ask him! Don't let him intimidate you!
Master Takayuki, I've seen the report to the throne and the letter to the Fatui. Please, tell me why.
So this is how my documents went missing from headquarters? You stole them.
Should I take your words to mean that these documents were not forgeries? They were really penned by your own hand. Please tell me, Master. I need to know. Has the Tenryou Commission really betrayed the Shogunate?
Yes, I have dealings with the Fatui, and yes, the report you saw was penned by my hand.
He just came right out and admitted it!
The diplomats from Snezhnaya promised a very generous reward indeed, and all they requested of me in return was to see that the Vision Hunt decree is upheld. For too long, the Kujo clan's position has been coveted by so many. There is no shortage of clans who would tear us down at the first opportunity. So, when the chance arose to gain the backing of another powerful nation and crack down on our enemies at the same time, it appeared to me to be an excellent deal. I simply saw no need to inform you, Sarah.
But you worship the Shogun. How can you betray her after all this time and act like it's nothing?
Betrayal? How can you call this a betrayal? The Fatui may think they are using me, but the reverse is true. What could they possibly hope to achieve? When the lightning strikes in Inazuma, they shall fall to their knees and tremble, paralyzed by fear and trepidation. After all, none can contend with the supreme power of the almighty Raiden Shogun and the Muso no Hitotachi.
He's just overconfident in her power.
He doesn't worship the Raiden Shogun herself, but her power as a warrior. Especially the Muso no Hitotachi. In fact, he seems to be way too into it.
But Master, what about loyalty? Ever since I was adopted by the Kujo clan, you taught me the importance of loyalty from servants to their superiors. But it's clear to me now that you wanted my loyalties to stop with the Kujo clan. So you were scared that I would betray you one day? You hypocrite! Preaching about virtue just to mask your own wretched selfishness!
Selfishness? I am but safeguarding the eternity of the Kujo clan. I'm quite sure the almighty Shogun would be sympathetic to that. As would the former head of our clan.
Hate to say it, but his ego is getting in the way. If he thinks the Kujo clan is a match for the Fatui, Paimon thinks he's in for a nasty surprise.
Honestly, I kind of want to just see that happen. Both of
I've
them.
doubted the Vision Hunt decree
I'll
in the
take on
past.
whoever wins.
I asked myself, is this truly the correct thing to do? Even though it goes against what I know in my heart to be right. But I chose to obey the Shogun. For as long as she leads the way, who among us is qualified to judge between right and wrong when we have not yet reached the end of the path? But now I realize that the path of eternity is one without end, while this
eternal.
path,
The path
it
to
has long
eternity
since
is
been
eternal.
defiled by your selfish ways.
Ah.
So I'm going to tell the Shogun the truth about all this. If nothing else, my conscience will be clear.
Stubborn and futile. Report to the Shogun if you so wish. The Kujo clan's position is now unshakable, and nothing you can do will change this. The Shogun is at Tenshukaku receiving a Snezhnayan diplomat. A harbinger by the name of Signora.
That's not good.
Signora's the one behind all this? Not her again! Way back in Rito, Lady Hiragi said something about the Kanjo Commissioner meeting with an arrogant-sounding woman. We should have known.
A diplomat from Snezhnaya? Well, if she thinks she's leaving Inazuma in one piece, she's got another thing coming.
Oh, you're an idiot.
Sarah stormed off! Do you think she's gonna go barge into Tenshukaku right now? You can say that! Alright then, let's do...
Yep. Also... Oh wait, this counts as a dungeon. So I can't back... Okay, sweet. Alright, domain, not dungeon. Let me... Alright, Mario.
Let's go. Time is again.
Oh. Okay. This... Oh. Yeah. I'm gonna go to the restroom just real quick.
The way people charge in here as they please. So uncivilized. If I didn't know this was Tenshukaku, I might have mistaken it for some kind of street market. Have you learned your lesson now?
Oh no! What has she done to Kujusara?
The right to punish Inazumans for their crimes is mine alone. Not yours, Signora.
Then I apologize, Almighty Shogun. I know, you can't get me out of your mind. But you really don't need to call my name all the time. Don't go thinking I'm surprised to see you here. I'm well aware that you hate me, with the way you follow me around like a dark shadow. Ah, so you came to expose my crimes in front of the Shogun? I'm just a Snezhnayan diplomat. I'm afraid I have no idea what you're talking about.
She doesn't take us seriously at all!
Stop talking about people and things that I care nothing about. They were nobodies to begin with, and their names will be forgotten. But now, at least, they get to be building blocks in the grand revolution to realize eternity. Is that not the greatest honor they could hope for, in their tiny little lives? Almighty Shogun, do correct me if I'm wrong. That's ancient history. You certainly love to hold a grudge. The Tsaritsa's dream is the noblest and purest thing in all the world. These other mundane details you insist on mentioning, they're just necessary sacrifices. That's all. You stop me? For what it's worth, I've grown tired of seeing you around as well. But I didn't have you down as someone quite so foolhardy. Before you go saying something you can't take back, remember that you're Inazuma's most wanted criminal. I suggest you consider your circumstances very carefully. Charging into Tenshukaku uninvited and lecturing me in front of the Shogun wasn't the brightest move. Don't you think it's time you stopped digging? I'm not sure you realize quite how much distance there is between us, both in status and in strength.
I challenge you to a duel before the throne.
Proceed.
My, you're full of surprises today. So you've learned to make the law of the land work for you too, I'll admit that I never expected to be in a situation where the two of us were on equal footing. You are aware that the loser must die. Are you sure this is what you want?
Traveler!
Then I will deign to share this last dance with you. Till death do us part! A lesson on Harbinger power and elegance? As you wish.
Speed of light!
Don't blink!
Hey!
Got lucky that time.
Speed of light!
Tactless rodent!
Incoming! Cut to the chase!
Lay waste to the wicked!
Let's move out. Allow me!
Incoming!
You've got some nerve laying your hands on me. Harbinger power has become burdensome. I will manifest my destiny anew. Await my emergence and tremble, traveler. You have reason to be afraid.
Don't blink! Nowhere to hide. Speed of light!
The Tsaritsa's benevolence has no place for transgressors! The pale flame smolders! Pale flame, lay waste to frozen shell and witness my suffering. In fires of sin and retribution, your soul will be incinerated!
Torrent, bring refuge! Ha! Yeah! Hold the line! Don't blink! Hey! Cut to the chase!
Immolation! A cherished agony. Do you feel it?
Dawn, break forth!
Think you can bully me? Allow me! Hey! I'm here! Speed of light! Think you can bully? Incoming! Nowhere to hide! Can't handle your drink! Rest and revamp!
Dance, my pretties! Not every wound will heal!
Allow me! Got lucky that billowing surge! Yeah! Hold the line!
heal.
Pew pew!
So strong, but how?
Huh.
I am a Snezhnayan diplomat. You know what happens if you lay a finger on me, swear. If you strike me, I will make sure... The Fatui will make sure that your precious Inazuma... Stop! I order you! And you! Filthy rats! All of you!
You are the enemy of eternity. But as the victor, I acknowledge your honor. Therefore, I shall allow you to leave Tenshukaku alive.
The Raiden Shogun isn't gonna let us off just like that, right? Oh, the air feels suffocating. It must be the Raiden Shogun's almightiness. One strike from the Shogun and now Senora is gone! She got what she deserved, but Paimon still can't help but feel upset. Why are they doing it? Why are the Harbingers collecting all the no-seeds? Huh? Traveler, you got a headache? Chin up. Let's get out of this place. Paimon feels... unsettled. Also, when the Shogun executed Senora with the Muso no Hitotachi, it was unbelievably powerful. It seems impossible to defend against. And if so, we've got no hope whatsoever of defeating her in combat. Yaimiko wants us to go back inside the plane of Euthymia by the statue of the omnipresent god. Oh, but we'll be like lambs to the slaughter, won't we? Oh, maybe we could put this plan on hold for a while? There's the sound of electro-zapping in the air. Paimon can barely breathe. Traveler, are you okay? You're so silent. Sounds like there's a lot of noise coming from outside Tenshukaku. Has a fight broken out or something? Oh, the guards seem really nervous. Well, let's go see what the situation is, shall we?
There will always be those who dare to brave the lightning's glow.
So we meet again. Indulge my curiosity. What is the reason that I find you standing here before me once again? Do you hope your foolhardiness will shelter those people? Or was it simply a means of seeking an audience with me? Oh? Surely you didn't rouse me from my state of eternal meditation only to tell me this. If so, then you underestimate me. I am quite well informed about the Vision Hunt decree. Not so. Only everything that pertains to eternity. The Vision Hunt decree has my tacit approval. The Fatui's actions thus far do not constitute a threat to eternity. Otherwise, they would have been purged long ago. Individual ambition is inherently incompatible with eternity. What you might not realize is that all too often, people have far more to lose by chasing their dreams. Consider this. No one will lose their life on account of having their vision taken away. Rather, those who have lost their lives are the ones who insisted on pursuing their own aspirations, are they not? Traveler, your existence is unique in my eyes. There seems to be limitless uncertainty in you. To put it another way, you are the furthest thing from eternity. So, I won't insist that you comprehend the meaning of my actions. What matters is that I tread the path of eternity on my people's behalf. That's right. I'm surprised you understand it so well. Anyway, you're looking for a chance to shake my will, aren't you? So be it. Well then, you who would defy eternity, time for you to enlighten me. Your arrival has brought a deafening static.
Torrent, bring refuge!
I will mold you into the foundations of eternity.
Uphill battle! Look at you, boozhound! Shaken and stirred! Think you can bully me? Incoming! Hey! Nowhere to hide!
Lightning falls on the land of eternity. Inferior.
Hold the line! A brash maneuver!
Dawn, break forth!
You are an enemy that requires special attention.
Allow me!
Evasion is futile.
A brash maneuver!
I will mold you into the foundations of eternity.
Uphill battle! Hold the line! Covenant of the Deep!
This ends now.
A brash maneuver! Don't blink! Hey! I'm a rock!
Instabilities will be removed. Inferior. You are an enemy that requires special attention.
Got lucky that time.
Dear me, aren't you cutting it rather close? Hmm?
Miko, this was your doing?
Now. Don't forget who taught you how to place your consciousness in objects. Surely you don't think your ambition alone is enough to shake A's will, do you? Though you alone are here, they too have ambitions, which they long since entrusted to you. Now then, close your eyes.
We can abolish the Vision Hunt Decree.
Rest and rebuild!
Thunder!
Think you can bully me?
Your verdict is decided. This world, a fleeting shadow.
Lay waste to the wicked!
Hold the line!
All desire can be broken.
Diana Special! Shaken and stirred!
Your verdict is decided.
Dawn, break forth!
This world, a fleeting shadow.
Billowing surge!
Thunder!
Where'd that come from? Think you can bully me?
Flames, purge!
This world, a fleeting shadow.
Speed of light! Cut to the chase!
Yeah! Look at you, Boomtown!
Flames,
A
purge!
fleeting shadow.
Allow me!
Thunder! Without warning, all returns to silence. Your verdict is decided.
Can't handle your drink!
This world, a fleeting shadow.
Rest and rebuild!
Yeah!
on! Break forth!
Speed of light! Nowhere to hide. Got lucky then. Incoming!
All will be severed.
I'll be fine.
Your verdict is decided.
Let's move out. A brash maneuver!
Shaken and stirred! Look at you, Boo Down!
You've lost, eh?
Yes, I have.
Why can you not trust your people, and in the power of their ambitions? These ambitions have transcended space and time. They are something that no one can snuff out. Is this the lesson you learned from your journey in Liyue? There are nations where humans cast their god aside and stride forward. So are we to just abandon the notion of progress for the sake of wishful thinking?
You and I have both witnessed the great loss that progress can bring. Eternity. Eternity is the only way. When lightning flashes, it casts a shadow. My name means shadow. With my blade, I purged all obstacles to progress. And yet, something was lost with each step forward. In the end, I even lost her. The tales are still retold in the shade of every Thunder Sakura. But the wounds left on our nation by that terrible loss still ache. Never stop searching, even if only for a brief flash of light. If nothing else, we have the present moment. She said that once. But I've seen a nation stride forward and lose everything to the heavenly principles. Perhaps only if time stands still will the lightning's glow never fade. The present moment is a fragile illusion. Only eternity can bring us closer to the heavenly principles. I am no longer the shadow. Mine is the most supreme and noble form. Let power over the realm be vested within me. In this form shall I honor my subjects' dream, for a land of eternity, unchanging forevermore.
The heavenly principles. Irrelevant nonsense as far as I'm concerned. When all's said and done, all you really want is to protect your beloved Inazuma forever and ever. Isn't that right?
That would be something of an oversimplification.
But is this nation worth existing for eternity? Stripped of ambitions, stripped of the potential for change. It does nothing more than simply exist. It is a hollow shell of a nation. I wonder what loss would it really be to anyone if such a nation were destroyed?
Miko, retract your words. Never changing eternity is the promise I made to my people.
But what your people need from you is not your promises. They want your attention. Your divine gaze.
You mean visions? Humans have a lifespan of barely 100 years. They cannot afford to bear any extra losses. But I have experienced it all. That is why I have chosen to guide them along the correct path toward eternity.
But eternity is far too cruel a fate for you, eh?
For me?
Not only have you stopped paying attention to the world, but you have stopped paying attention to yourself. It must have been terribly lonely here, all alone, for centuries on end.
But it is necessary.
You will miss much by refusing progress. You seek to prevent loss, but have you considered all you are losing by remaining here in stasis for all eternity? You are obviously lonely, and yet, for the sake of eternity, you choose to stretch your loneliness out to infinity. Tell me this. Why is the sky here that was once so dark glowing again? Why now? This is your plane of euthymia. It's your inner world. So it can only mean that you are happy to see me again. You have found the loneliness here unbearable for a long time now, haven't you?
I have nothing to say to that.
But I have so much to say to you. Let me tell you all that has happened over the last few centuries.
How long will that take?
As a Fox envoy, I have an excellent memory. I recall every detail of the last few centuries with perfect clarity. So it will probably take me another few centuries to relay it to you.
Miko, I never thought I would have the chance to meet with you like this again. Seeing you again is a change to eternity. And a very nice surprise.
Since you are willing to admit that, I suppose that means we can still be friends?
What a childish conversation this is. Anyway, now that I have been defeated by you and your plan, I will honor your wish to abolish the Vision Hunt Decree. But
When
with
did I
regards
mute
to
myself?
eternity and the question of whether this nation should move forward,
Son of a bitch.
I need time to give it some thought.
You are the one who's been acting like a child from the very beginning.
I have no idea when I actually ended up muting myself.
As promised, the Raiden Shogun abolished the Vision Hunt
boy.
Decree.
That's gonna be
Finally,
interesting.
her people's wishes penetrated her locked
Holy shit.
heart.
You know, it'd be nice to have a chat who could say things.
Beyond the plane of euthymia, she saw what eternity means in the eyes of the world. When one's fervent ambition burns brightly, the gods will cast their gaze upon you. Some ambitions have the power to heal wounds, to bring victory, to inspire hope. But some ambitions outlive their masters long after the soul ascends. They remain as they were in the beginning. Burning bright and true for all eternity.
Did I beat it?
So what did you guys do in the Raiden Shogun's plane of euthymia anyway? Is the Vision Hunt Decree abolished? Oh, gotcha. Paimon was super worried, you know. So maybe the reason Yaimiko is looking for us now is because she wants to thank us. Let's go find her.
Oh boy. Okay, yeah, my mic's not muted right now. Good.
Waiting for you? I just happened to be...
That's good. Actually, okay. Oh, hey. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, oh God, how many? Hi, Miko.
Why,
How are you?
hello. If it isn't the triumphant traveler. And why might you be visiting the shrine? A sign of piety, perhaps?
You literally told us to come meet you here!
I was just joking. I've been waiting for you.
Seems like someone's in a pretty good mood.
Mm-hmm. Catching up with an old friend I hadn't seen in years was truly delightful. By the way, I heard that you had a duel before the throne, with a Fatui Harbinger no less. Courageous and astute. I must say, I am most impressed.
It was a spur of the
Defeating
moment thing.
Signora head-on in a duel means that your strength exceeds my expectations. Still, you did end up victorious. I gather congratulations are in order.
Sure feels good to finally thwart the Fatui plan for once. They caused plenty of trouble along the way, but at the very least, they didn't get their hands on another Gnosis.
Wait a second. Did you say Gnosis? As in, the little thing that looks something like a chess piece?
Yep, that's the one. You've seen one too? Gnosis belong to the Seven. They're what keep them connected to Celestia.
Oh.
What's wrong?
No.
I handed that over.
Excellent job, Miko.
You did what now?
Well, how else was I supposed to save your skin from the Balladeer exactly?
The
The Balladeer is number 6 of the Fatui Harbingers. In terms of strength, he is superior to Signora. I'm not the kind of person who risks life and limb for any old reason.
For once, Paimon just does not know what to say.
After A created her puppet vessel, she no longer had anywhere to put it.
Oh my God.
As her erstwhile closest friend, A handed it over to me, and I've kept it in the Grand Narukami Shrine ever since. She no longer needs the power of the Gnosis, and in any case, she tells me she has severed ties with Celestia.
It's
Thus,
still
the
not a good
Gnosis
thing to
became
get
not
rid of
only
it.
useless, but also a potential source of conflict. Is that not a good bargain, exchanging it for the one at the core of the plan? Judging by the results, at least, I dare say I struck a good deal.
When you put it like that, Paimon has to agree. The Traveler is worth more than a Gnosis.
Wonder we can see him since.
Well, what's done is done. And Paimon heartily thinks we'll be getting it back now. Let's leave the past in the past. So anyway, you still haven't told us why you called us here today.
It's to thank you. You intend to travel all over Tevat, and the time has come for the Inazuma leg of your trip to come to an end, has it not? As a mark of my gratitude, I will answer any questions you may have about the road ahead or the events of the past. What would you like to know about?
The Shogun puppet.
That puppet was built with technology that has been lost to time. Perhaps she, as a god, is the only one privy to the knowledge of its origins. Still, there is one other thing on this topic that I suspect you may be curious to know. Before A began modifying her own godly form, she took it upon herself to create a prototype puppet.
So, you mean there are 3 Raiden Shoguns?
No, the prototype was merely a proof of concept. Its appearance and intellect were not based on A. It was a test. The original plan was for A to simply discard it. But perhaps A thought this to be too cruel, because in the end she chose only to seal the power within it. Later, this puppet wandered Inazuma as an ordinary human male with his own consciousness, until the Fatui took an interest in him.
Ugh, not the Fatui!
Some eccentric geniuses in the ranks of the Fatui made adjustments to the prototype, not only unsealing his power, but very likely rendering him even more formidable than his original specifications. The object of divine creation is now the one who has taken possession of the Gnosis, and the prototype puppet is now known as the Balladeer.
You've got to be kidding me.
What a crazy story!
God.
It is, isn't it? Who can say whether it's coincidence or destiny? I'm surprised an outlander like you is aware that there was once a change of Electro Archon. Few citizens of Inazuma are aware of this.
Morax told us. He said that the Electro Archon Ball has passed away.
Yes. The truth of the matter is that there were 2 twin gods, Baal and Beelzebul.
Twin gods?
They won the Archon War together, and when Baal established the shogunate, Beelzebul became her Kagemusha, or shadow warrior. In other words, she acted as Baal's body double. Beelzebul is A, with whom we are now both acquainted. Baal's name was Makoto. As far as the world was aware, there were not 2, but 1. They complemented each other, and they ruled Inazuma jointly, so there was no need for the public to know the truth. In fact, the name Baal and the title of Raiden Shogun was understood to refer to both of them. Right up until...
Until what?
Makoto died several hundred years ago in a war that I was not personally involved in. Since then, A has assumed the shogunate.
Losing her sister must have been super hard on A.
That was when A began to change. Makoto was her greatest loss.
Paimon feels like she understands A lot better now after finding that out. So what kind of god was Makoto?
I didn't spend a great deal of time with her, but my impression was she was a gentle god, who in each moment cherished the beauty of what was before her.
Wow!
Oh, sweet. Yo, about my brother.
Sorry, I haven't a clue. I'm also unfamiliar with the god you describe. But if you still have doubts about A, I would say they are misplaced. Not only does she not fit your description, but she voluntarily gave up her gnosis long ago, severing her ties with Celestia in the process. That's good to hear. Otherwise, given that I'm her familiar, it could have made our relationship rather awkward, don't you think?
Don't worry, we aren't looking to pick a fight with you.
I wish you the best of luck. May you soon discover the truth behind it all. As for your brother's whereabouts, I will use all the resources at my disposal to investigate it, and I will also borrow some of Ayato's people from the Shiumatsuban. I'll let you know if I find out anything. Consider it part of my means of thanking you.
Thank you.
After leaving Inazuma, I think it would be easiest for you to go to Sumeru.
Ooh, Sumeru! We've run into loads of scholars from there on our journey so far.
Yes,
May or may not
well,
have been there a couple times
Sumeru
as
is
well.
the land of the god of wisdom, where the quest for wisdom and knowledge is never ending.
Oh boy.
But their obsession gives rise to some truly inexplicable things. For example, in Sumeru, knowledge is holistically managed as a resource.
Knowledge is a resource?
Yes. I don't know whether it was the sages or Lesser Lord Kusanali who came up with the idea.
Lesser Lord Kusanali? That's a cute name.
Oh, you haven't heard. Lesser Lord Kusanali is the deity in whom the people of Sumeru place their faith. It's their chosen term of endearment for her. I'm sure you must have some things to discuss with her too. I wish you all the best.
Oh, that's
Are
it
you
for my
sure?
question.
Okay then. Oh, Traveler, do you still have the Omamori I gave you? Keep it safe. Is that all you intend to do with it? There was me thinking that you might hang it around your neck to show off to the world, telling everyone who inquired that it was given to you by none other than Yai Miko, the wise and beautiful.
Who in their right mind would do that?
Okay, I'll stop. Now, a question for you. Traveler, what is your ambition? I see. But that is merely a small goal, based on what preoccupies you here and now. Your ambition should be something that transcends the world below and the starry sky above. Something that shines in unison with fate itself. Perhaps the reason you do not possess a vision is that such an ambition has yet to be engendered within you. It's a possibility. Continue on your journey, and maybe that moment will come to pass.
Protection of the electro.
Catherine seems to. Okay. And then that goes into the depths. Also, I can't claim a key. Keys. Huh. I'm. Nope. I guess. Bitch. Oh. Oh. Oh, I think. Doop, doop, doop. How's my reputation? I'm okay. Oh, I'm talking to this Catherine now. Teleport. Doop, 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 doop. Yeah, this is still. Okay. There's a lot left. I have to explore. And start this entire area. I need to finish that at some. Finish this at some. I think I'm done. Main stuff for this. Oh. Oop.
Ah, Traveler. Right on cue.
Hey, Catherine! Got any new commissions for us today? Also, how come you look so happy to see us? What have you done?
I went to the shrine to draw a fortune slip earlier. The shrine maiden told me that it is the season for an unexpected reunion.
Catherine? Drawing fortune slips at the shrine? Is it just Paimon, or is that the most unusual thing ever? Wait, no, that's not the unusual part. We're in Liyue. You went to Inazuma and back in a single day?
Even I have a private life, you know.
Okay, so when you say unexpected reunion, you mean running into us, right?
Who can say? But the anticipation of knowing that an unexpected reunion is due is making me happy to see everyone I cross paths with today.
Fair enough. Even though we see each other pretty much every day, whatever makes you happy. Wait, are you saying? Oh, Paimon gets it. Well, let's just hope the Shrine Maiden was right. Fingers crossed we find him.
I'm sorry. Did I say something I shouldn't have? You both seem a little down.
Oh, it's nothing. Anyway, back to business. Do you have a new commission you want to give to us?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. This one is from a miner.
Yep.
It seems to be related to investigating the chasm.
Really? Does this mean the chasm's not sealed off anymore?
Man,
I will leave the
far behind
requester
on
to fill you
storage.
in on all the relevant details. His name is Yue Hui, and he should be at the chasm right now.
All right then. Thanks, Catherine. We'll head there right away.
Very well. Ad Astra Abyssosk. This time you are truly bound for the abyss. Good luck to you both.
Oh. I haven't even done. Wait. Act 1. Yeah, what? That's lower level. Those part. Okay, no, I don't know. I've only done this one. Oh my god. So beyond. One, act one, act one, act one, act one. All act one, all act one. So list. Oh, you posted a thing.
Hi there. You must be Yue Hui, right? We've been sent by the Adventurers Guild.
Ah, great. Good to meet you. Yes, I was the one who posted that commission. Wait a second. You look kind of familiar. Are you a famous adventurer or something?
Don't.
Oh, alright then. I'll start by introducing myself. I'm Yuehue, a miner, and I received a mining permit for the chasm just recently. I have a handful of other guys in my crew.
Seriously? They actually give permits out for the chasm?
Yes, the folks over at Yujing Terrace finally came to their senses and are now allowing a limited amount of ore mining near the surface. We were among the first to gain approval, but some things have happened recently that put all the miners on edge.
Let me guess, monsters?
What happened? We haven't heard anything.
So, it's hard to say exactly how big of an issue it is. It could be something, could be nothing. The main thing is that it's just very strange. While one of the miners was on a break, he suddenly noticed a few hilly trolls walking his way. They seemed like they were in a daze or something. They walked right by him without giving him a single glance. They just made a beeline for the depths of the chasm. After that, the miner started observing his surroundings more closely and noticed the same thing happening time and time again.
Are the hilly trolls just curious? Maybe they just want to take a peek inside.
Not likely. The strange part is that in all the time this miner's been watching the hilly trolls, he's never seen any of them come back out.
Yeah, that doesn't
It seems to be a one-way trip. Once the hilly trolls go in, they never emerge again. And it seems to be happening more and more frequently as of late. What are these hilly trolls up to? What happens to them after they go inside? Is there a disaster brewing? These are the kinds of thoughts going through the guys' heads now. Everyone's driving themselves crazy worrying about it.
Paimon's not surprised. Paimon feels spooked just hearing about it.
Exactly. The deepest fear is the fear of the unknown, you know? So we have to get to the bottom of it before everyone
No,
can
I
put their
wouldn't know
minds at
because
rest.
it's unknown.
Do we really want to take this commission?
I'll take it.
Hey! You can at least pretend to consider Paimon's opinion first!
You're
Oh,
trying to
so
think.
that's where you're coming from. Well, okay then. Maybe we will find some clues about your twin. You'll really regret it if you don't go, huh?
So, what's your verdict? Will you take the commission? No pressure, but I gotta say, I'm not loving the prospect of my mining permit going to waste.
Yep, we'll take it. We're kinda curious ourselves now, too.
Great. You're doing me an enormous service here. Now, let me give you the rough location that the hilly trolls keep heading to.
Oh, boy. Oh. Hey. Cool. Again.
Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's...
Oh.
I should go. Doop, 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 doop. Hey. Done.
I have gathered everyone here today to make an important announcement. Perhaps some of you will have heard the news already. I am, in fact, planning to rebuild the Jade Chamber.
Rebuild the Jade Chamber? That's a huge project!
So the rumors are true. No wonder the price of building materials has gone up so much lately.
The Jade Chamber means a lot to Lady Ningguang. Getting involved in this would be a huge opportunity.
Oh boy.
Lady Ningguang, is there any way we can be of service?
Patience. Since the news made it out a few days ago, I have already had many people contacting me to declare an interest in joining the project. Nevertheless, I do have a few matters I should like to entrust to you here today. The building site has been chosen, and most of the materials have been assembled. 3 key items are, however, still outstanding.
Oh boy.
They are as follows: Sunset Vermilionite, Wonder Cores, and Adepti Sigils.
Excuse my ignorance, Lady Ningguang. I'm familiar enough with Plostrite, but I've never even heard of those other 2.
Only sufficiently large pieces of Plostrite, or specifically Vermilionite, may earn themselves the Sunset moniker. This stone is what allows the Jade Chamber to float.
Oh boy.
Wonder Cores, meanwhile, are the central components of the mechanical structure of the Jade Chamber. Adepti Sigils serve as a means of integrating the mechanical devices with Adepti art. They are as indispensable as the mechanical core itself. Although these 3 items are rare, I trust that with your connections and capabilities, procuring them will not be a question of if, but of when. I take the saying, time is money, more seriously than most. Efficiency is everything. I will pay a generous price for the materials that you find, and in addition, the first 3 people who collect all the materials will have the opportunity to ask me a question.
Oh my.
You may ask me anything, and I will give you an honest answer. I trust that this means of compensation will be to everyone's satisfaction.
These things won't be easy to get hold of. But if it means a chance to get some inside information on Liyuet Harbor's development plan for next year...
Then it's the deal of a lifetime. Information from Lady Ningguang is priceless. Whoever gets to it first takes the market.
Oh boy.
What a coincidence! I won't divulge too much, but I heard some murmurings about some Plostrite just the other day. So excuse me all, but I have some business to do.
No. We better move quickly, or this opportunity will be snatched away from us.
Ningguang's rebuilding the Jade Chamber? This is a huge deal! Let's get involved!
Something tells me,
So you heard my announcement, did you? What do you think? Interested? Yes. Providing the question pertains to something I am knowledgeable about.
Oh boy.
Really? Ooh, then Paimon will ask you about how to run a business! Then we'll never be short of Mora ever again.
You know what? I will take that, actually.
Of course. But how much information I share with you will depend on your performance. The construction of the Jade Chamber requires a great deal of space. The abandoned mine outside the Golden House has been selected as the building site. Once you have collected the materials, please take them there. I have other business to attend to now. Otherwise, I would gladly escort you to the site in person. When you do arrive, please seek out my secretary. Remember, this is a race against the clock. A rare opportunity presents itself to you. Do not let somebody else snatch it from your grasp.
Yes, ma'am.
Ningguang seems super busy. Come on, we'd better get going. First, we gotta get out of Eugene Terrace. Huh? Look! It seems like there's something kind of fishy going on over there.
Ma'am, you seem like an eminent and distinguished young lady to me. I can see that you're easily gonna win this procurement contest Lady Ningguang has set up. As it happens, we have some information about the materials that I really think might interest you. Come on, let's find somewhere a little more private, and we can get down to brass tacks.
No, I don't need it.
Ah, don't be like that. Hey, come on, don't go! Why don't you stand there after her?
Oh boy.
Oh, right, yeah.
returns on wind.
Did you hear that? They said they had some useful information.
Stasis. Probably not too hard, actually. That's awesome.
Information's just what we need right now. Let's follow them and see what we can find out. They're not here. Let's keep looking.
Maybe you're not used to...
Oh, right, I have. Wait, did I?
If you ever have it...
Disclaimer.
Hello. Looks like you're pretty... Sure, let's arrange an evening when both of us... A little while ago, I took some time to survey every inch of this place. I found 3 locations where the scenery was quite beautiful. It really resonated with me. One of them was perfect for stargazing. So, are you interested? Great. I was a little apprehensive, actually. I was wondering how I could convince you if you refused at first. Personally, I consider it a reward for completing a stage of my work. Rare blessings like these, we mustn't let them go to waste. Now that I know you don't have any reservations, you better go and work it into your schedule. The sooner the better, as far as I'm concerned. Hello. Looks like... Morning. Well,
Oh, it's... him. Okay.
Well, will you look at that, ma'am? Nowhere left to run. Don't worry, we're not bad guys. You give us some mora, we give you a little info. Everybody's a winner.
Boss, I got a bad feeling about this. Look at her, the white hair, the energy she gives off. I'm telling you, there's something different about her.
Oh, yeah.
So what? She's loaded.
She's a main
How
character.
are we ever going to repay those gambling debts if we just let money walk away from us, huh?
I've already told you, I don't need your information. If you still can't grasp that, I'm happy to repeat it in a way that won't be so easy to forget.
Come on, ma'am. You seem like an intelligent lady. I shouldn't have to spell this out to you. It's not about whether you need the info or not, okay? It's about you taking out your money and handing it over and nobody getting hurt.
I won't...
No more excuses! I know you have money. I saw you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I saw you. Strolling into Leo Lee Pavilion, ordering a table full of food, and only taking a few bites. Then Shinyue Kiosk, then Wanmin Restaurant. Same story each time. You order all the signature dishes, take a few bites, then you're on your way again. How could you afford to be so wasteful if you weren't from a rich family? And since you're so rich, what's the loss to you in giving us a little spare change, huh?
Master warned me not to lay a hand on anyone in Liyue Harbor. But here we are. Perhaps... yes. Let's call it fate.
Boss, I'm telling you, something's not right.
What are you afraid of? We're just selling information. It's not illegal. If she lays a finger on us,
my God.
all the better. We'll sue her for everything she's worth.
They're trying to
Oh,
intimidate.
you again.
The Millilith? What are the Millilith doing here? Did you do this? You ought to mind your own business, I swear!
Silence! How dare you threaten innocent civilians? You're coming with us.
No, don't be angry, sir. Please, let me explain.
Bye-bye, hooligans. There you go.
Shenhe.
Shenhe?
My name.
Oh, so your name's Shenhe. Paimon's name is, well, Paimon. And this is Paimon's travel buddy.
Oh, I've heard about you two before. Thank you for helping to defuse the situation. I could have dealt with it myself, though. I suspect smashing his head against the ground a handful of times is all it would have taken to get him to surrender.
I think once may have done it.
You can't do that. That's way too violent. This is Liyue Harbor. There are laws against that kind of stuff, you know.
Laws?
Being not heard of the...
No, apparently not.
Really? So how exactly have you...
Oh my.
That would be my stomach growling. I haven't eaten enough.
She's so honest. Wait, that's right. They said you went around all the restaurants ordering this and that and the other, but only took a small bite of each dish. Then of course you're still hungry. So, anything in particular you're hungry for?
Chingson, glaze lily, violet grass. These are my usuals.
Huh.
Medicinal herbs?
Kinda hard to explain. Anyway, Booba Pharmacy's not far away. Let's take Shenhe there for a big medicinal meal.
Oh boy.
After all, you can't work on an empty stomach. Do you think Shenhe might be an Adeptus? It seems like it's her first time in Liyue Harbor, and she doesn't seem to get how things work here. If she is an Adeptus, that would explain everything.
Huh?
Where does she fit in with the other Adepti, though? Paimon's super curious.
Maybe one day we'll...
Are you here to buy some herbs? I do hope you brought your prescription.
Chingsing, glaze lily, and violet grass, please. Half a pound of each.
Oh my.
What kind of prescription is this? Sounds more like a lunch order. Oh, here you go. That's everything we have in stock.
Thank you.
She's really eating them!
My hunger has now abated. Thank you. Rather awful. Though they were not completely devoid of sweet fragrance. After consuming a large quantity of them, bitterness is all that remains.
So, how come you chow down on these and barely touch the restaurant food? If Paimon had enough Mora, Paimon would go to the fanciest restaurant in town and order a whole table of food and eat it all in one go.
Because I'm not sure whether I will remain here in the future. The food of the mortal realm is most delicious, but should I return to the mountains, yearning for the food here shall only pose an obstacle to my continued spiritual development. Sampling each dish in order to appreciate its taste is enough.
Return to the mountains. That proves it. Paimon knew she was an Adeptus.
Enough about me. What are your plans from here?
Oh, right! Paimon almost forgot! We came out to take part in the Rebuild the Jade Chamber competition! And now we're probably super behind because we've been held up for so long.
Yep.
I see. I heard something about the contest when I was passing by.
Yep! You get to ask Ningguang any question you want if you win! Were you interested in the contest too, Shenhe?
I came for the rebuilding of the Jade Chamber, but until this point I had no intention of joining a contest. However, you have shown me your kindness, and I would now like to lend you my assistance. Oh, don't worry. I ask for nothing in return.
Wow! You really don't have to.
She's repaying us
Having an
back.
Adeptus help out will make things a whole lot easier, so...
Then let's not delay. I have a plan.
Ooh. Okay.
Great! Paimon bets this is gonna be the awesomest plan ever!
I am not sure whether or to what extent this plan can be classified as awesome. I do, however, believe it will be highly effective. We simply need to dispose of everyone who is currently ahead of us. Then, we alone shall become the victors.
Veto! That is not acceptable! Not by a long shot!
Really? But I hear that competition is in essence about conflict and one-upmanship.
Look, we want to win this competition fair and square, okay? Sunset Vermilionite, Wonder Cores, and Adepti Sigils. Let's start at the top of the list and work down. So, for Plostrite...
I was wondering who I could hear arguing over there. So, it's you.
Baishu, what are you doing out here?
Lady Ningguang wishes to purchase a large batch of wound dressing. We're running low at the store, so I came out to fetch the ingredients personally.
Huh? How come Lady Ningguang needs so much wound dressing all of a sudden?
I'm not too sure. I did hear she's looking to rebuild the Jade Chamber. Maybe for its first aid on site? I didn't ask, though. Far be it from me to pry into my customers' personal affairs. Oh, and she also borrowed Chi-Chi. Meaning
course
Boo Boo
she
Pharmacy is very short-handed right now. I don't suppose any of you are looking for part-time work by any chance?
No, we've got other stuff to do. While you're here, though, you seem to know a lot. Have you ever heard of something called Sunset Vermilionite?
Ah, the variety of plostrite used in the Jade Chamber, yes? There is some mention of it in the Seven Mountain Treatises. When activated, Sunset Vermilionite rises up all the way into the clouds. It's very rare indeed. As far as the records show, virtually all Sunset Vermilionite in existence has been mined and taken possession of. But the Feiyun Commerce Guild would know far more about this than I do.
Okay then, let's go ask at the Feiyun Commerce Guild. Thanks, Baiju.
You're quite welcome. Good luck to you all. And if there's anything further you need from me, just come to the Boo Boo Pharmacy.
Especially when you have a boo-boo. Ha 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 ha. I don't know how old that joke is.
Master Xingqiu, thank goodness you're finally back.
Oh? Why do I detect an urgency in your voice?
The guild has had a whole string of strange orders in recently. Everyone's been completely caught off guard. Your father gave me specific instructions to ask you to stay and help out if I happen to see you.
I see. Have someone sort the orders by type for now. I'll deal with them myself shortly.
Oh, how wonderful. Thank you, Master. With you on the job, I can breathe a sigh of relief.
Hey, Xingqiu! Glad you're here. We want to ask you for some information.
Traveler, Paimon, please wait a moment. Shu, I need to entertain some guests. Please continue with your work for the time being, and we'll discuss the matter of the guild's orders in more detail later on.
Understood, Master Xingqiu. Then I will leave you in peace.
I wasn't counting on finding you here today. What's going on? And how, pray tell, may I be of service?
Xingqiu, have you ever heard of Sunset Vermilionite?
Oh, I see. So you've entered Lady Ningguang's contest as well.
Of course, everybody
As
wants
well? Do you mean...
The truth is, the Feiyun Commerce Guild is in possession of some Sunset Vermilionite, but only one piece. We are holding it on behalf of someone who has asked us to put it up for auction, and a lot of interested parties have already come to us inquiring about the price. At the end of the day, it all comes down to supply and demand. In this case, I'm guessing the final transaction price may be in excess of 500 million mora.
500 million?!
Don't think
Honestly, I would recommend that you don't bother bidding on this one. The price is greatly inflated, and it's just not worth it.
But without any Sunset Vermilionite...
Don't panic. I don't suppose you ever heard of Sea Gazer?
Sounds familiar.
Who?
Sea Gazer was once very close to Mountain Shaper, but if I am not mistaken, he has already passed away. Yes, precisely. I didn't know anyone else knew about him. According to records of drifting clouds, Sea Gazer once built an abode to store his rarest and most exquisite treasures, among which was some Sunset Vermilionite. After Sea Gazer passed, the abode was abandoned, and its location was lost to time. Luckily, I came into possession of a stack of folk history books just recently. They make some oblique references to this lost abode, and after cross-referencing them against each other, I'm now fairly certain that it is situated in the Lisha area.
Ooh.
That's great! But is it really okay for us to just go and take his treasure? Wouldn't it be a little, disrespectful? With him being an Adeptus?
You needn't worry. As far as I understand, Sea Gazer was very open-minded. Even while he was alive, he wouldn't have let something like this bother him. Open-minded? I have not heard of Sea Gazer being described in this way before. May I ask where you read that? Just a rumor I heard out in the mountains. All right then, let's go. There's something about this young lady that reminds me of a good friend of mine.
Oh, boy.
Oh, I almost forgot.
Adepti abodes tend to have very ingenious designs, especially when it comes to their defense mechanisms. Plus, it's likely to be crawling with monsters after being abandoned for so long. So please, be very careful.
Okay, we will be. Thanks, Xingqiu.
Okay.
Let's see. Xingqiu said it should be around here, but Paimon doesn't see anything.
Huh.
This place was hidden using a special Adepti art. But now that I have removed it, we can inspect the area more closely.
Okay, there's a thing.
Wow, that's amazing! Yep, let's take another look around. Hey, look! Is that a new Sealy over there?
Sealy. We're going to take. Huh.
The Sealy got to here and then just...
Recommended. I need to. We should have leveled her up. Ooh, gonna try.
Let's make haste.
What? Weren't we at a waterfall just now? How did we suddenly end up here? Oh, so many clouds. It feels like we're high up in the sky.
I believe this is the abode of that Adeptus. With any luck, the sunset Vermilionite we're looking for should be in here.
Really? Let Paimon see. Huh? Isn't that the Sealy from before? Look, it's gone and snuck beneath the clouds. And now that Paimon takes a closer look, the rocks and trees here don't seem complete. Oh, could there be something below the clouds?
These are not real clouds. They are the product of an Adepti art used for spatial partitioning. If we want to go down, we must first destroy the mechanism that is maintaining the...
All right, then let's...
I sense the presence of monsters in this place.
Okay, yep. Oh, okay.
My will embodied! Oh!
Must act.
true form!
She's also killed.
My will embodied!
Oh, that was a waste. Yeah.
It appears that we've been taken for intruders. This time, why not allow me to take care of this? Take your
Oh boy.
form! Do your master's bidding! Transfiguration! Feeble! My will embodied! In your dreams, obey! Oh!
Think you can bully me?
The core of the mechanism is exposed. Now's our chance.
Hold the line.
Manifest!
Whoa! We're gonna fall! Is everyone okay? Look! Cecilia disappeared beneath the clouds again!
It looks like we need to go further down. But before that, let's destroy the guard mechanisms on this level first.
Obey!
Shake it and stir!
You will regret this! Transfiguration! It's nothing. You dare to hit me! Your life is mine!
Can't handle your drink, huh? Think you can bully me?
Give up!
Rest and rebuild!
Cryo incarnate! In your dreams! My will embodied!
Flames, purge!
Don't waste my time. Unleash! Manifest!
Yep, of course. I want that thing here.
We're gonna fall. This time, we're really gonna fall. Ah! So high. Luckily, there was a pool of water at the bottom. Otherwise, that could have ended very differently. Hey! That Sealy's on the move again. Let's catch up with it. Huh. Something looks different about this stone wall. Let's take a closer look.
I should. There has to be secrets. Here. Really? Dude. What are we fighting now?
By ordinance divine. Oh! Submit!
Flames, purge!
Hold the line.
Unleash! Transfiguration!
Uphill battle.
Allow me. Look at you, booze hound.
Obey! Do your master's bidding! Your life is mine!
I'm a rock. Yeah. Billowing surge.
Ways to the wicked!
Give up! Rude! Submit! Is this me?
Can I get out of the freaking corner?
Dawn, break forth!
Oh, yeah, yep, okay.
Scratch that. Can't handle your drink. Huh.
Don't waste my time. Unleash! By ordinance divine! Manifest!
I can't tell if my phone is jumping right now.
Let's move out.
Oh my god.
Hold the line.
Lay waste to the wicked!
I must get you.
Uphill battle.
Take your true form!
Oh my god.
Look, over there! Could that be the Sunset Vermilionite?
Maybe. Let's see how hard the fight there is next. Because God knows that wasn't going to be the hardest one. Why would that? Just gonna take a seat. Genshin thick.
Is this it? Is this the Sunset Vermilionite? It's so huge! That's true, but then again, why isn't it floating?
Plaustrite doesn't float until it's activated. It may look different from most ordinary stones, but it weighs around the same amount. Only after being activated does Plaustrite reveal its true nature, breaking free from the shackles of the mortal realm and ascending up into the heavens.
Wow, Shenhe, you seem to know everything about this.
Only because my master is fond of chatting about these things. The moment she has some time to spare, she'll come straight for me and start telling story after story. I don't care for her stories most of the time. I certainly didn't expect them to ever come in handy like this.
Hold on a sec. Paimon just realized something.
Oh boy.
If we activate it here, there's no way we'll be able to get it back to the site, right? Heck, we'll be dragged up into the sky too! But if we don't activate it, how else are we gonna lift it? This rock must weigh well over 1,000 pounds, surely!
Don't worry. I can handle the weight quite easily.
Oh my.
Are you sure? Be careful!
Please don't worry. I'm well aware that a Plaustrite sample this large must be highly valuable. I will be gentle with it and make sure it does not get damaged. My safety.
Yes.
That's right! Paimon's sure you can handle it and everything, but if something this heavy lands on you, you're gonna get yourself hurt, no matter who you are. You gotta be extra careful when lifting heavy objects. It's just common sense.
You
Is
lift
it
with
now?
your back. That's always
Well
the
then,
best way.
thank you. I'll go on ahead with the Plaustrite. Let's meet at the building site later.
How is Shenhe able to carry that huge rock all by herself? Adepti super strength much? We can't slow down yet. Let's go meet her at the building site.
Leave domain, yes, please. Not catching back. Level.
It's raining. Fetch an umbrella for me, would you?
Oh. Okay.
Something's come up?
Actually, not thinking that. Well, I'm actually thinking.
I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
Where to have
Come on, enough procrastinating.
So my current
Let's
team
go.
actually is decent enough. Alright, I also just realized I don't have. Okay. I'll park here. Shit.
Oh my god, I can't believe my eyes.
How can she lift that massive rock all by herself? She's got to be one of those Adepti, surely.
Oh, mighty Adeptus, please give me your blessing so that in the coming year I may reap a more bountiful salary.
Oh my god.
This is top tier in size and quality, and the condition it's in is quite simply immaculate. Congratulations. This item is approved for submission.
Yay.
I'm going to award you full marks for the Sunset Vermilionite item. May I take your name?
My name isn't important. I'm not even here to compete. I was just delivering this for some other people. They should be here any minute now.
Shenhua, and Ningguang's little helper.
Ah, so you're the ones behind this. No wonder. The rarest talent turns in the rarest Plostrite specimen. But I have to correct you on one point. It's not helper, it's secretary.
Okay then, Miss Secretary, what do you think of the rock we found? Pretty amazing, right?
In truth, it is the finest piece of Plostrite we have received so far. If everything goes according to plan, we will use this piece in the foundation of the Jade Chamber, which will enable us to proceed to the next stage of construction. As a side note, Lady Ningguang has rented some dwellings in the nearby area to serve as accommodations for the contestants. If you need a place to rest, you are welcome to stay there. Now, please excuse me. As you can see, there is still a lot of work to do on the building site.
Shenhua, Shenhua, just now on the way over, pretty much everyone was singing your praises.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What kind of reaction is that? So strange. Aren't you happy about it? Whenever Paimon gets praised, Paimon can't help but hold her head up high and break into a big smug smile.
I've had similar compliments before. They call me an Adeptus, treat me with great deference and respect, as if I'm set apart from the common folk.
Yeah, That's how adepti are. At least the ones we've met are pretty unique and reclusive, too. Way different than normal people.
But I am not...
Shenhe?
I'm fine. I've been exerting myself quite a lot ever since we set foot in that abode. I'm just a little fatigued.
Well, Byron said that there are some makeshift hotels we can use, right? Let's go check in and take a rest.
No need. I simply need to find myself a secluded place in the wilderness to sit and meditate in silence.
You can't do that. It's dangerous out in the wild on your own. When you're hungry, you go eat something tasty. And when you're tired, you go lie down in a nice, comfy bed. All right? Seriously, don't punish yourself like this.
Yeah,
Okay. If you insist.
Great! Now we're talking. Let's head to our hotel.
I think I'm going to call it. A lot of progress. A lot of progress. I like it. Bye bye.